Hello? Okay, there we go. That should be working now. Good morning. Welcome to another day of frolicking in the market with pickles. I'm just getting up the delta, like the Greeks. Cool. Good morning, everyone. Ding ding. Rev frozen. It's just doing what it does, which is not a lot. Are we running today? Hmm. So now we will potentially see large covering for the next ETF FTD cycle, or is that not how this XRT boofing works? Um, it's likely. I mean, we saw it get kicked off in August. Maybe the ETF FTD cycle following the next OPEX event is more likely. I don't even know what that is. That's disgusting. Why would anybody give me that to eat? Thoughts of XRT on Reg Show. Bullshit. I think it's bullshit. Why did half blind man fall into a well? He couldn't see that well. Ha! A bit repetitive, but very good job on the dad joke. Thank you. Watch the Fed fight inflation when there's deflationary pressures from technology and efficiency and folks that now work from home during the mother of all capex investitures here in the US. Okay. So you think that the deflationary pressure of work from like the work from home culture is sufficient to offset inflation? I don't think the deflationary pressure from work from home is sufficient. I'm confused. So it's an interesting take. So you think that they're over raising rates? Good cat entry today, or do you think it could slip further with the market? I mean, if the market slips, cat slips. Very, very generally. Not the S&P though. The Dow. Cat looks like it's doing pretty good today. Pretty stable in the pre-market. Fell into close yesterday. This is a really good entry price, but you want to have a lot of theta. Hold on. I want to get rid of this fucking garbage in my account. Okay. Better joke? Why? Wait. Oh, this got censored all the way off the feed. Hold on. A man on vacation with his family arrives at a hotel. He's checking in. He says to the clerk, I'm on vacation with my family. Please make sure the porn channel is disabled. The clerk replies in disgust. It's just regular porn, you sick fuck. Okay, much better. Good to keep October calls till Friday and close them out if nothing happens. I think that's kind of my plan right now, at least. Jimmy now inversing the SPY. Weird. I'm barely able to understand the nuances of you and Tungsten's conversation in Dillionaire. So there's a way we can profit from y'all's theory, assuming it's correct. No. It mostly helps with risk management. But if XRT had hit threshold on Friday, you know, when it usually does, I would have been like, this whole thing's fucking off. Hitting later in the week is interesting. No, yes, and no. So covering might be done in 13 days because of reg showing, or is that not right? That's not correct. Didn't you just say XRT means an immediate run? No. Where the fuck did I say that? Here's one for you. 3 guys walk into a bar. The 4th guy ducked. Welcome back, Zakir. It's good to see you, bro. How long was it? Last time after XRT went on threshold before GME ran. XRT went on threshold on June 17th on the futures expiration. It came off in August after the ETF FTD clearing, or right before the ETF FTD clearing. What do you think about XRT having to fail for 5 days, which means it started failing during SLD through OPEC settlement instead of going on 5 days after settlement? Generally, XRT is on the threshold list. Okay. XRT is on the threshold list by the OPEC's expiration date. June 17th, December 17th, last year in June. You know, it went on during the squeeze, which wasn't a futures settlement, but it was off before February OPEC's. And then the only other instance of it failing before the end of the rebalancing period was in May of 2021. First off, let's start with the fact that XRT should never be on fucking threshold, right? Where's this fucking gap? Go to the daily. $370. Pretty fucking close. Interesting. I don't think the market's gonna crash soon, unfortunately. Um, I gotta disagree with that sentiment. I understand it's down. Good to get out of Macy's calls as Theta is gonna catch up. You could. Have you seen how gappy GME is? I haven't seen it this bad in a long time. It's pretty bad. The bid ask is starting to widen quite a bit. Over the last like 3 days, it's been widening. I think we're going sub 20. I can see us falling to like 21, 2150 if we break below delta neutral. When do you expect a rebound in the market? If you expect one. Soon. Short selling is peaking and not a lot of puts are being bought further out of the money. So, we're going to see various levels of profit taking out of puts. The repositioning is kind of slow right now. I actually don't think like the gamma structure has changed very much. Like 3750 is already fairly weak, and it's even weaker below. And once you get down to like 3650, there's very little put pressure. The problem is there's not a lot of call pressure coming in, which could just lead to like stagnation. But we'll see as those puts sell off and go in the money and sell off. We may see call side pressure build up. It's a long road to the gamma flip point though, to the upside. I'm not going to sell any covered calls on GME till probably tomorrow. I'm going to give IV a chance to pick back up a little bit. It's super fucking low right now. It's not worth the risk. With XRT on reg show, is there any point in holding GME October calls for a few more days? I might. Mostly just for a rebound in the market, and because GME frankly hasn't dropped that much, especially compared to the indices or bigger tech stocks. I already have SPX calls. I just sold all of my pets. Nice. Does XRT being on reg show mean they have more short pressure available? Yeah, generally XRT going on reg show means they get a big burst of liquidity. But we'll see. It doesn't always. Last year, it didn't really provide them with much liquidity at all. In fact, it seemed to be counterintuitive to their efforts to suppress the price of the stock. This year, it has provided liquidity and has helped them. So that may be an effect of, you know, the ETF positioning in a bear market. How much Theta on SPX calls? If I buy any today, I'm going to buy probably a little more than I have on the ones I currently have open, and I'll buy them at 3,800. Obviously, I want to confirm a floor here before I do that, but 3,800s for probably October 21st. You could potentially get away, like with 3,800s, you may be able to get away with like 930. But I may roll my 930s out. Or 3,900s, sorry. What do you make of Rev 35s being priced down so hard? I bought more of them. I finally got a fill. Is Visa a good buy now? I thought it was a pretty good buy yesterday. I think it's a better one now. I'll probably buy 190s. Visa's getting really close to the low end of its range. So, obviously it can fall a little bit further. It could fall down to like 183. If it does, I'll get some 185s. I might buy some 190s fairly soon. Lots of gaps to the upside there. SPY is finding a little bit of support here, so give me a second. What do you call an Icelandic baby that dies in childbirth? Stillborn. We're doing dead baby jokes now? That's a bit much for today. Remember, V and Cat always get a lot of Theta. They're very slow. It's a gap 403 to 411 on the SPY. Might not get filled anytime soon. Oh, it could. The market's very fucking oversold right now. Chances VIX spikes above 35, I think pretty slim. I'd be surprised if we get over 30. Nice odorous colon. What's a lot of Theta? 30 days plus 2 weeks? Yeah, generally on CAT or Visa, I get 45 to 90 DTE. Usually at these lows, I get a lot more Theta because when they start moving, they can keep moving up for several weeks. And so you want to capture all of the potential upside is part of the reason. The other reason is they can stagnate and chop around levels for pretty long periods of time. And if you're out of the money, you want a lot of theta to cover that. How do you determine oversold? Well, you kind of reach the outer bound. Well, you can use RSI or MACD or Stotch, partially, right, for the underlying's volume. You can also look at the options chain and see where interest dies off. And since the market itself is not perpetuating any, like these drops aren't perpetuating sell-offs, we kind of just fall to the end of the options chain, then call interest builds up as put sellers take profits, because put sellers taking profits causes the price to rise, which makes people bullish. And then we kind of move to the upper end of the call side of the chain. And we've done this all year on like SPX and the SPY. The market's super illiquid, and it's just being dragged around by options positioning. I might stay on my GME calls till I see, like the Octobers, till I see a little bit of a rally here, at least an uptick in IV. I'm not writing any cover calls on GME probably till the end of this week. There's too much risk for a market turnaround, and with the market maker still net negative gamma, since we never broke to the upside yesterday, price action, like if the market rallies hard, GME will move up. Why haven't AMC and Ape not normalized in price yet? Because they're shorting half of it to generate arbitrage on the other half. They'll just keep doing that. Lenny D, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherk.
Yeah.
We might have a chance, but we ain't
DC,
got
if you
rope.
want, go into the, there's like an IBKR channel
Cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, then
they'll probably have
go. Hoping that
pretty
you
good
really
information
DD. Cause
on
when the
like
shit's
what
squeezed, we
data
go end up with the
packages
moon,
and
man.
it shouldn't cost you
weeklies while I'm selling
$250.
CCs like
It
another
should be
fucking
like
moon, man.
$2.
Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
Can't Oversold be resolved by consolidated? Yes. If puts are cash settled, right? So if you see large swaths of puts get cash settled, which you saw a little bit on 9/16, you know, you'll just get a stagnant market until larger put positions are built up. But right now, we're not really, like yesterday's OI at least, which is what we have. We're not really seeing a lot of new puts being built up, but we are seeing puts being closed out, right? And if institutions are going to position long for a rebound, then, you know, we're going to see the market move up. But you are correct. But that also kind of gives you less risk on long positions, because you're either going to stagnate into a drop or you're going to start rising, right? And if you stagnate into a drop and you have like a fairly tight risk, you're out before, you know, any detrimental price action happens. I'm not selling covered. I'm not selling covered calls on GameStop probably this week. I'll probably wait. You know, obviously assess your own positioning. Remember, I can sell a lot of covered calls for very little risk and still make plenty of money. You may need to take on more risk. So that's something to consider for yourself. especially if you're trying to just take advantage of opportunities to lower cost basis. What do you think that making the market so illiquid? Lack of participation. Why would the banks participate in the market when they could just throw all their cash and fucking reverse repo every night? At what, 3% now? Thanks, Lenny. What's the lowest SPY could realistically go here? Like 370. After that, there's just no options interest at all. So like 370, maybe like 368 to fill that weird little gap. But right now, I think we're fairly stable above 375. And since 375 contracts bought in like the 4,000 and 3,900 range, which many of them were, are extremely profitable already, they may just be closed out. Music's loud as fuck. Oh shit. Sorry. Yeah, it is. That was from me having to turn up JPOW yesterday. Sava, Jesus, tanking? They're doing cool stuff. Oh, fuck. Sava's still running. Holy shit. Cool. Saw Upstart reach an all-time low. Yeah. I'll probably average it down a little bit in the coming days. Are you tempted to reposition calls on GME, however? A little bit, I suppose. I mean, not really the weeklies. I could kind of give a shit less about them. Any chance Upstart and M can print? Yeah, if we get a market rally. Are AMD and Fubo at decent prices for buying stock? I wouldn't buy stock in AMD probably for like another quarter or two. Fubo's fairly cheap. It could be cheaper though. Under 4 is really good. They should just shutter RRP and force participation in the market. Let the banks get jobbed like the rest of us. That'd be cool. Hey, look at 180Cs for cat. I already have them. I have 180 and 175s. Are you looking at the SPY? Don't look at the SPY, Hestia. The SPY is generally counter positioning to the SPX. And 34K of put OI does not mean, you know, that it's not just sold puts, right? Where's the SPX gap? To the downside. It's at like right here. There's a little bit of it left. 3707 to 3715. I don't know if we'll see that low right now. The fact that some of the basket stocks ran this OPEX, but Jimmy didn't do much, gives strength to your idea that they walked away from it. A little bit, yeah. I mean, we saw obligations getting covered in other volatility shorted assets, but not GameStop. Not really specifically, not a lot of XRT stocks. Upstart almost ran too, but it got crushed by the falling market. How much theta are you giving yourself on Visa and Cat? Visa, I have November calls. Caterpillar, I have October and November. The nearer the money strike is shorter dated. If they keep shorting and creating obligations, do you think October and November is more likely for an OPEX run? November? Although XRT's put interest seems to be pretty stacked in October right now. Although that's kind of hard to tell. They don't generally just roll it in the interims. November is F, man, though. Why counter positioning? A hedge? Yeah. I mean, what better way to hedge the index you're playing than an ETF that tracks that index? I've held on to my 27 and 29C for October. If the market rallies, we still have net negative gamma on GME. So that means if GME gets active fund pressure, right? We're gonna see market makers buying into the rising price. And that can, catalyze decent moves to the upside. At least rapid ones. So I'm waiting. I got out of most of my GME position. I just have a little bit left. Why XRT thresholded? We think they use thresholding to dodge the S&P audits of the ETFs in order to get it onto an SEC audit after being placed on Reg Show. And that allows them to roll forward, we think, allows them to roll forward obligations built into forward contracts without them being discovered in the audit process. Will you roll out your October upstart calls? Maybe. I might just hold on to them. Forced covering on upstart should begin on the 23rd. If it continues to remain on Reg Show. Does this negative gamma have a timeline before it can unwind? I mean, the price would have to fall below like the gamma flip point, which we kind of dropped below a couple times today. Normally that's when it would change, but GME is just overloaded with puts right now. So, you know, our gamma, like our market maker gamma, is staying net negative regardless of our price. Like we broke to the upside of the gamma flip point last week, and we still stayed like net negative gamma. Any Rev FTDs due soon? No, I don't think so. Also, could you explain like on 5 RRPs? The overnight reverse repo facility is like, so the Fed manages the overnight interest rate by setting the interest on the reserve balance or like the IORB, which is the rate paid to depositors who keep balances maintained at Federal Reserve banks. So like it's called on RRP. So it provides a floor under overnight interest rates by offering a broad range of risk-free investment options. In case banks are unwilling to invest in like private markets. So it's like almost like a money market account with the Fed. What are your thoughts about Xrp Ripple? It's cool. I think it's attractive to institutions, so that's a plus it's got going for it. Is that a little crimey? Crime, loophole, kind of different things. Well, the SEC reg show audits weren't built for ETFs, right? So, well, here's the deal. ETFs shouldn't ever go on reg show. They have an infinite pool of liquidity, right? So you should never have a failure because you should never fail to locate a share of an ETF. The only way that can even really happen is if one of the underlying stocks in the net asset pool of the ETF is unable to be located. But since reg show audits weren't built for ETFs due to the fact that ETFs should never fail, they kind of don't inspect that aspect of the ETF. Like they're not, like when they get on the SEC reg show audit, they're no longer checking their NAV to ensure that it's properly balanced, right? Like as long as it looks good on the books, like if their NAV is where it's supposed to be or in range, the SEC doesn't give a shit. Like they don't dig any deeper, right? If they dug deeper, they might find a big pile of forward contracts acting in lieu of shares that should actually be owned. Something which, you know, S&P, when they're auditing, do inspect. Like you can kind of read a really good summation of how the SEC handles ETFs when they talk about XRT being used for operational shorting in the report on the January squeeze. You know, they kind of mention like, oh, XRT's NAV was fine at the end of the day, so no further investigation, right? I mean, the SEC is underfunded and understaffed, and ETFs are infinitely complex, and so they rely on the SROs who have, you know, better staffing and a better understanding of that financial product to regulate them. But you know, by thresholding these ETFs, what they're doing is they're shunting the audit process to a more archaic system. It's not crime, it's genius. Five-year-old got none of that. Banks take their money, give it to the Fed. The Fed gives them money for giving them their money and keeping liquidity out of the markets, thus drying up demand and acting as a counterbalance to inflation. Now I got too complicated again. I think it's that they'd rather have the SEC audit the ETF because they won't actually audit it and instead will opt to watch porn all day. Well, yeah. It's not crime. When do you think we'll enter the next bull market? 2025? Maybe? SEC will tell SS will tell you SEC could have paid 2 to 3 more year-long salaries devoted to looking into ETFs and forwards instead of spending $500,000 on the meme stock video. Crime. Sure. You're telling the audience that the Department of Labor is having Jimmy Hoffa audit the Teamsters Union for any wrongdoing of the union leader, Jimmy Hoffa. Yeah, essentially. It's not crime though. It's not a crime. It's exploitation of a loophole is unethical, but it's not crime. It's what hedge funds do. You find something in the market that you can exploit and you exploit the fuck out of it until it's no longer exploitable. That's how you make money. And since the fixing of one thing tends to break another, there's always infinite opportunities for that. Crime requires a law be broken. If you're avoiding breaking laws by, using loopholes, that's not criminal activity. Could cat fall back to 165? I'm looking for an entry on 1118 180s. Sure. I don't think it's going to with the market starting to bounce. This is already very low for a Caterpillar. Like this is well within its low range. So if you're looking for a cheaper entry, you might just be being greedy. It has only historically fallen into a range lower than this twice over the last year. 3 times. One could argue 3 times, although 2 of them were one right after the other. And a market bounce from this point will only lead to cat rising in price. Cat's very attractive in a bad economy. Most of their income is generated through long-standing contracts, So their earnings remain very, very stable, and they pay a fat yield. They've paid a fat yield forever. At which point will you sell your 35C rev calls, or still confident they'll print? I mean, I don't really care about them. I bought them with free money. Um, I'll hold them until a catalyst happens. Selling CSPs on Upstart a good idea right now? How are puts priced? If the skew's favorable, then yeah. Not terrible. I mean, it's already way below its average range, right? So probably not awful. Yeah, these are a little better. Puts are still a little overpriced. So yeah, there's some advantage there. Thankfully, I mean, if it moves back up into like the $24 range, when I sold them, the skew on puts was still pretty extreme. They got like $3 credit. So I'll be buying shares at 24.50-ish, which isn't terrible. Well, it is unethical, P, right? Because they're going against the ideology behind the laws that are in place. But it's also immoral. It goes against the social perception of right and wrong. I wonder, in biotech, we have many stocks that are down 90% year to date. Assuming the next bull market in 2025, will these stocks go down 200%? And they'll start paying me for buying shares? I mean, a lot of biotech startups fail, right? They need public funding, so, they don't stay private, because the cost of development is very high. And then generally, the failure rate is very high. The rate hikes are already in. 385s? 185s? I wouldn't. It's risky. But this push down is big. I mean, it's not huge. We're down 60 basis points overnight. That's not really crazy. It could take a while to see a bounce back though. Repositioning could keep the market low for a few days before we start to see it rise back up. Thoughts about buying a bunch of Fubo leaps and selling PMCCs on them? That's what I do. Yeah, absolutely Big Dilly style. Strangles on Fubo in the low range are really good. I would be careful of a market turnaround though. Maybe set your strangle a little wider. I'm gonna average down M and upstart calls. I'll probably average down upstart. M, I don't know. Like that's my entire M position. I could kind of give a shit less about it. If I start to see some like price action, then sure. But otherwise, who cares? How's it looking today? Still kind of shitty. Yeah, I mean, if it starts to move back up to like 17 and push up, then I'll consider averaging down. I don't think that's going to change the price of contracts too much. Yep, Sava's still ripping. What was I looking at in this window before? Oh, Fubo. We just boofed 130k buy order on GME. It looks like a straddle. What XPX calls do you have? I have 3800s and 3900s now. No, I don't think 180s are too far out of the money, but I don't like them if it slips 170. So if it falls below 170, I wouldn't hold on to 180s. I would close them, wait, and then bring them down to like 175. What's the best stock for volatility plays now, in your opinion? I mean, Sava's really good if you can catch consolidation. Why specifically? Like, what do you mean volatility plays? Selling volatility or trying to capture surges in it? Is it possible to see the SPY at a 370? Sure. I still have some October GME calls, not all of them. I have 30s, 35s, and 3875s. GME just broke Delta neutral. Hmm. Yeah. Well, good question. Maybe not. Nah, I might wait. 9:30 and 10:21. Why are you bag holding the GME calls? I think there's a better exit opportunity. Time frame for a positive move on those AMD calls? Next 2 weeks. Still bullish on Revlon. Yep. Do you think we'll see 19 on GMA? It's possible. Yeah, if we have another cycle of downside, sure, why not? Especially from this level. Is it necessary for Upstart to run while on Reg Show? Or just need to stay on through the next week? Well, forced covering starts Friday for Upstart. So not through next week, but if forced covering leads to a run, then Upstart would be running on Reg Show, right? How do you think it can run? I have no idea. It's got a lot of call interest in the higher ranges, so I think Gamma Max on Upstart's super fucking high. GM dropped a lot yesterday. GM today is at 35.5. But if it starts moving again, call interest will come back in, so I'm not really concerned with that. It's still really high. Delta neutral is at 32.73. So I don't think like a move into that range is out of the question. Favorite breakfast spot in New York City? I don't really eat breakfast. I don't know. I don't have one. How much stock do you put in macro data? I've heard a lot of traders think it's worthless. I mean, some. It's good to understand the macro environment. It's more important than fucking technical analysis. Brunch? Yeah, I don't eat brunch either. Is there still hope for Bobby? It doesn't look very fucking good, does it? Yeah, M looks fine on the hourly. It's still holding its like low range, but it looks decent for a bounce. I already have TA done on it. Didn't I post the fucking chart? No, I definitely did. I mean, November catcalls are probably more reliable. Upstart's risky. I sold 5 Gme shares at 45 in the last run, and my wife wants to divorce me because we're only supposed to buy and hold. Oh, Jesus. Have you thought about finding a new wife? Hasn't Jimmy run when we dip below delta neutral in the past? Yes. Jimmy generally doesn't stay below delta neutral for very long. And we already had a pretty long period below delta neutral just recently. So we'll see. Macy's is an awesome play, but needs time. Moves at the speed of cat. Theta is friend. Plus options are cheap, so why not pay a little extra to be right on that one? Yeah, you can always roll the Macy's calls out. They're not expensive. If you give it more time, I mean, the setup's still really good. Most of the value from their downgrading future earnings is already lost. Um, Call interest is decent, and they're doing pretty well as far as cash flow. What's the range of cat through October? It could hit like 183, 185. That really just depends on how hard the markets rally. The October monthlies are close to the 3-week mark where Theta starts to fall off a cliff. I know. What expiry for what calls, though? I don't know. I don't know which stock you're talking about. Thanks, little orphan Danny. Noted. Beautiful, Greg F. When wheeling, what are you looking for on the CSP and CCs? High delta on CSPs, low delta on CCs? Not being greedy. I mean, when you're wheeling, you just don't want to get assigned. So the perfect wheel strategy is you just sell CSPs and never own any fucking stock ever. And cat could potentially go a little lower if the market drops. I think the market's finding some stability here, but it's not. It hasn't rebounded yet. If you want confirmation on Caterpillar, wait for a rebound before entering. I think it's low enough below like 175 that you could scoop up 175s on the confirmation. Opinion on Shack stock? I have no idea what that is. I don't have one. Shake Shack? I fucking hate their food. It looks really bad. They do interestingly have decent earnings, but it looks like it's headed back to like 45, maybe like 44.30. A lot of that could be the market downturn. They've been dumping valuation since Jan of 21 though. Pretty low. Really good entry for a long-term buy and hold to be like 30, but I don't know a lot about the company. I'm assuming they have an obscene amount of debt. Their revenue was delivered below guidance in Q2, which is, you know, something they probably should have told shareholders in advance. It's not a good look. Analysts have really high targets for it, but this could be like 3 to 5 years out. Macy's never stopped issuing dividends. It's a stock with actual fundamental value instead of hopes and dreams like Tesla. It won't make you a millionaire in 5 minutes, but that's gambling. Yeah, it won't. It's got a nice range that it will likely bounce back to. I think it's pretty likely we see Macy's back over $20 in the next like month or two. If I have to, I'll roll out or average down. I'm not super concerned with the position not going the way I wanted to, but I might need a little more time. I agree. No, I dropped the put side because the market immediately dropped like 100 basis points. I picked up like 200 and something percent on the put side of the straddle, which obviously paid for the long side of the straddle, which I'm still holding. I didn't drop the long side at all. On a rebound, you know, I probably should have sold it when it tested 3,900. I knew that was going to be a resistance level. I didn't expect us to reposition below 3,800 though. I expect us to maybe drop back to 3,800 like one more time, short capitulation, and then rise back up. If I need to, I'll roll the calls out. They're free. That's the benefit of a straddle. Thanks, a user. Can we sell to open CSPs with the premium earned from selling CSPs? I mean, if it's marginable, yeah. Have you touched on why XRT going on Reg Show could allow them to boof obligations? Yes, I talked about it pretty early in the day. Yeah, I still have Fubo. Why wouldn't I? I I bought Fubo for like a 2-year 3-year buy and hold. I have no intention of selling it. I'll buy more if the price gets into a range I like. I just look at like a summary of the stock and its charts. Cody, like the financials and charts. It's quick, but it's not very in depth. I would need more time to. But I mean, like someone just asking me about a stock in question, I'm not going to do, 3 hours of research on it, right? If it stays on reg show, tomorrow's the settlement day. Yeah. And then if tomorrow's the settlement day and it fucking runs on reg show, it's likely to stay on reg show even longer, right? Which is bullish as fuck. I'm just staring at the 10-year yield. It's up 5% now today. It's not good for the market. It's not. Dixie's down though, which is cool. Or it was. Let's see how it looks now, actually. I haven't checked it since this morning. No, it's back above 111. Piece of shit. T-bond futures are down 175 basis points. And Dixie's just moving up again. How far off are we from the fucking all-time high? We hit 164 in October of 1984. We're already pretty close to the dot-com bubble. Like the 120 range. Ugh. Fuck, I need to start buying puts. I have a few up, like FinViz, I have Market Chameleon, I have Trading View. Cody. Thoughts on Japanese central bank intervention this morning? I'm already long yen and short the Nikkei. That's like one of my biggest positions outside of GME right now. I think they need to do something soon. The sooner they do it, the better for my position. I know Japan did some things with the yen today, and you have a thesis. Wait, where did it go? Can you explain the latest? Yeah, Japan announced that they were going to do FX market intervention via US dollar selling, which pulled the Dixie back. It's what I'm starting to like, what my position is for, right? That's why I'm long yen. Yen's over short. So if the BOJ starts to intervene in the FX market and drive the price of yen up by selling dollars, that's going to put pressure on the massive amount of yen short positions that are currently in place. A short squeeze on the yen will trigger a massive drop in the Nikkei, right? Because currency values generally inverse equity value. There's other things too, like Japan selling off US treasuries in order to bring their inflation margins in line. Right now they have a CPI of like 2% and a PMI of like 22%, 23%, which is fucking ridiculous. They did that last night. I know. I talked about it like last Sunday. You just blew my mind. Why? I think they're just selling dollars. They already have a massive surplus of like US treasuries, right? They're like one of the largest US treasury owners in the world. Curious about the ripple effect of Japan dumping dollars beyond the Nikkei. You know, honestly, for US markets, it may be bullish. We need a drawdown in the Dixie. It's fucking running out of control, right? Um, which is putting a lot of pressure on US companies that conduct foreign trade because we're just getting shafted in the ass on the exchange rates, right? So it's not really bearish for the US initially. If Japan starts dumping US treasuries really hard, that's really bad for us. But um if it's a slow methodical process and they don't overtax the market and can maintain a pool of interested buyers, then it could be actually be pretty healthy for the US markets, especially for our foreign trade. No thanks, Sage. What instrument are you using to go long yen? Futures and ETFs, leverage ETFs. If Japan dumps dollars in USTs, that will cause a rush to the US markets to preserve wealth. Dumping USTs solves the bond market shorting problem. Yeah. And then you get short capitulation, right, in the bond and treasury markets, which is also pretty bullish. AMD 52-week low. Yeah, no. Do you have any expectations on how long that may take to play out? it could take a long time. I can sustain the position as I currently have it for um probably about 9 more months. At 9 months, I'd have to reposition or shave off a little bit to continue holding it. YCL, FXT. Yeah, you could use those. FXY. Yeah, FXY. I mean, it's a pretty far-fetched theory. If it, I think that it's guaranteed given enough time, but you have to be able to sustain the position for very long periods of time, which, not everyone's capable of doing, right? Costco, $400. If Costco hits $400, I'm just gonna buy calls again. I'm already out of my October ones. Uh, long dated calls on Costco on dips are whew, very nice. The last time I bought into Costco was shit. It was in Dillionaires. I know that. Let me look at my positions. The last time I bought in was at 443, and I bought at 443, and I also bought at 482. Yeah, 450 and 480 calls, I think. No, 450 and 500 calls. Um I sold most of them kind of near the top, between like 560 and 540. But if it dips back into that range again, like if it falls back towards like 400, it's a fucking amazing deal. Like just out of the money leaps. And I will absolutely buy them again if it does. Tenure treasuries 3.69. Thanks, Space Monkey. Nikkei play same like holding BBBY from 18 to 5. Sure. And it's long. It's short Nikkei. Not long. It's long yen. I've been trying to find Upstart info, but can't find it. Is it supposed to come off Reg Show soon? Any other Reg Show watching stocks? No. It doesn't come off soon. That's not how Reg Show works. It might come off, but forced settlement starts on Friday. Upstart and M are both oversold, yeah. FXY is on Reg Show, not surprised. Hmm. Yeah, I went over them earlier. Upstarts, Delta Neutral's 32, Gamma Neutral's 29, Gamma Max is 3550, Vega Neutral's 4283. Bro, dump your 1021 calls yesterday. I dumped most of them already. I have a few left. Warren Buffett is long Nikkei too, isn't he? I have no idea. If they're starting to try to inflate the value of the yen, then he won't be long the Nikkei much longer. That's on Google below 100, very cheap. Why is Upstart worth like 6% of its share value of October 21? They have some debt, which obviously gets worse, but I think the bigger concern is that lending is going to drop off in the current economy. However, profits from their lending are going to increase over the next like year. So I think the bearishness is a bit unwarranted. It's also been shorted to shit. Hence the reg show inclusion. How much lower can we go from there? Sub 20? Um it's difficult to say. There's a lot of fucking buyers on GME sub $20. How low could it drop? I mean, it could fall back to that like 550 range. Thoughts on SPY 370 today? I mean, just as likely as 3800. They're both about equally strong right now, and we're trading right in the middle range. Is Jimmy entering the age of strangles? Short strangles? Probably not until it falls a bit lower. I would want like some put gamma to get built up above the current price before I started to strangle it. Earlier this year, I started a job interview process at Upstart, and then they ghosted me. Did I dodge a bullet or miss an opportunity? I don't know. It's not very professional, though. Meet Kevin sold everything and loaded UVXY. Didn't he already do that before? I thought he sold everything like 3 months ago. Are you buying puts on Sava? Maybe in a couple days. Right now, it's got too much like T+2 price action. It's not worth it. Is Revlon really getting smacked that hard? I mean, it's dipping a bit, but yeah, it's not that bad. Yep, still holding Upstart and Macy's. 5%, not that bad. I mean, it's a fucking bankrupt company that's traded between $6 and $7 for the last fucking month. As long as it doesn't fall out of that range too hard, I really don't give a shit. What's your cutoff point for your SPX calls? If we slip 37.50. What does the options chain look like on SPY? SPY looks massively oversold. Still got some range to the downside though. A little bit. Hmm. Interesting. I'm not looking at any momentum indicators. If you think I determined oversold based on something fucking idiotic like RSI, you are incorrect, John Cardoso. Good morning, Gherkin. What's up, Walford? Vic still does not want to fall off a cliff, so maybe ups soon. Okay, never mind. Vix would go up, you know that, right? So falling off a cliff seems like a bad analogy. VIX falling off a cliff would mean the market is likely rising. And the market's definitely in trouble. Average down October calls or roll them out. What stock? You say break 37.50. Are you looking for a certain candle close below that or just any break below that in general? Let me think. Yeah, candle closing below 37.41. 37.41.42. I think would trigger. Actually, that would just trigger a stop on my calls. That's close. I have a pretty tight risk on them. How does using the SPY options chain to predict movement work? If it's used as a counter positional hedge for SPX, wouldn't it be inverse? It's not always inverse. Sometimes it's used to hedge neutral strategies on SPX too, right? It's just hard to make any determinations based purely off of the SPY's options chain about the SPX, right? You're trying to use a derivative of a derivative to determine price movement on the primary index, which is ridiculous. You can just look at the index. You can look at the options chain for SPX, and you'll have a much better idea of like positional hedging. Jimmy's taking used electronic gear, hopefully stepping into the used market you've mentioned. We'll see. Meet Kevin is selling everything every other video. Good clickbait thumbnail, I guess. I suppose. I don't understand selling. I mean, like, I guess if all you own is like cute, like the top 10 QQQ stocks, then it makes sense. But that would just imply that he's never invested in anything with speculative value. He just invests in like long term buy and hold shit, and he's way fucking late to the party. Meet Kevin, same like 401k. I don't really know that much about him. In regards to Upstart, why would an entity allow themselves into a forced to cover situation via reg show deadlines? No choice. It, you know, reg show forced covering may be one of the only things that's actually fucking enforced in the market. FINRA forced settlement it's forced. There's no getting around it. Yeah, obviously they'd want to avoid it, but to avoid it, they need to clear out a shitload of FTDs, right? Maybe they can't. That's something you need to think of. You know, not all shorts in the market are necessarily like volatility shorts with access to these ETF liquidity pools. Right? Sometimes people are just short and they're not positioned well to take advantage of synthetic liquidity. Like Melvin in 2021, right? They just get fucking reamed. Yeah, I discussed XRT being on Reg Show like 95 times, Velvet. Or pretty early in the stream, towards the beginning, like when I like right after I got on camera, like within 20 minutes of that. How far would the markets have to fall before the Fed steps in and starts QE again? I mean, they already kind of made like a easing statement yesterday when they said they're no longer going to roll off, or they have no intention to roll off any of their MBS positions, which have been increasing since they started quantitative tightening. So they haven't fucking rolled off shit. They've bought more, and then they announced yesterday that they're not going to roll any off at all. The math regarding looking at a derivative of a function to garner information checks out. It just doesn't translate to the market because it's not a perfect system. Well, I mean, the real issue there is that you're looking at something that tracks the primary index to determine directionality. Like you're assuming that the options market of a derivative, right, of the primary index is going to influence pricing on the primary index, which is absurd. There's all kinds of great stocks to wheel. Just find one. Determine, you know, a risk level, like an amount of capital return you want to see over your desired time period, whether that be, you know, 7, 14, 28 DTE, and then, you know, sell CSPs against the stock that you like in that range. Higher IV means higher risk. But overcomplicating is the hallmark of a good trader. I don't know about that. But why Upstart? Seems like a terrible choice, but best of luck. I mean, what do you mean? What's terrible about it? It's at all-time lows. They have solid cash flow. They have a decent balance sheet. I mean, even if you were just buying it for like a buy and hold, it'd be a decent opportunity. Are you worried about the advantages of AI lending into the future? A lot of banks like it. It seems to net them fewer defaults than, like Equifax or FICO. I have calls for October, December, and January. I'll have shares at the end of the week, most likely. I'm gonna probably average down AMD and Upstart. I don't know if I'll average down GME. I'm just looking for a better exit on that, honestly. Just because OPEX fucking never happens doesn't mean that my accuracy on other stocks has dropped. Is there a minimum price you'd sell a CC? Like Fubo 5.5 for next week is $6. I mean, no, but I already sold Fubo. I sold 150 Fubo 450s for next Friday. Oh, get out of here with the ACIW fucking nonsense. Tesla dead. I cry every time. I know. Sorry, Victor. Is OPEX theory now over? No. If they hadn't put XRT on Reg Show, I would have said yes. Honestly. But no. It's not really a theory. It's just if there's obligations due, they run. If there's not, it doesn't. Did I just hear you might sell out of GME? I'm not selling my GME. My calls. I'm not selling my fucking shares. What happened to Rev? It's down a little bit. Are CCs on Fubo even worth it right now? Sure. I mean, I'm selling them above my cost basis. I don't give a fuck if I get assigned. Like, I didn't keep all of them. I sold most of my calls yesterday for GME. I have some left, but not a lot. The fact that XRT is on reg show alone makes you think OPEX is still a thing, or are there other things? Yeah, the massive put gamma slide used to drive our price down from early August till now. That's, you know, that shorting is exactly what propagates the cycles we play. So, yeah, still bullish on him. I mean, I don't frankly give a shit if other people are or not. I made like over $1 million in March, and I made pretty fucking good money in May and June. So, I mean, if I hit one of those a year and all the other ones fail, I'm perfectly okay with that. Ader's a piece of shit. You can sell cover calls on it if you want, but it means buying the underlying. Puts are probably better. Just don't get assigned. It's really volatile. And I don't think it's in a range where it's great to sell puts. Like, it has a limited range on its options chain. Is there a point where you think Jamie isn't a very profitable CC stock? Say if volatility players walk away and IV begins to drop. Sure, but volatility players just came back in on it, so why would they walk away again? There's no major fundamental changes to the underlying, right? People are still DRSing it last time I checked. Maybe at a slower rate now, but they're still DRSing it. That's gonna that in itself perpetuates implied increases in implied volatility if it does absolutely nothing else. Do you have a PT for Upstart if it starts running? I mean, Delta Neutral's at like 32. I'd be perfectly happy with a run to 32. All my calls would print pretty hard, so. Low price support for Fubo. Looking to average down. If I were entering positions on Fubo, I'd probably be selling like $4 CSPs. Support at 383, 390. Both of those are pretty strong. 383 probably a little bit stronger than 390. And I'm not actually sure it's 383. I think this line got moved a bit. It's like 373. Yeah. Over the next few days, into the 370s, there's support. It's a ascending trend line, so it's like it'll go up as time goes on. But yeah, there's support just under $4. There's also support at like 363 and 350. But I think $4 CSPs right now, if you get assigned, give you a buy-in just under just at 370-ish. So decent 375, which is a very good price. I think my cost basis right now is it's like 363 there. 10% of my position at 390. 373. So yeah, not bad. I'm happy with that price. If it went lower, I'd buy more. But not according to the bot currently by Polar Bear. There was a surge in DRSing after the split, but that's dying off now. All DRS like happens in, you know, cyclical waves. You have big surges in it and then they die off. They haven't, like, something else happens and there's another big surge. Spy below 370 end of day. I don't know. It's tough to say if we'll fall to the 370 level or not. It's weak. So there's not a lot of like attraction, and there's not a lot of put positions between 375 and 370. So those need to build up, and they need time to do that. They're not like a great buy right now, obviously. Like you need lots of at the money puts to start dragging it down. Getting kind of close to my limit stop on my calls. Just FYI for SPX. So if I'm understanding this correctly, if I own 500 shares of Fubo with a cost basis of 391, will getting assigned lower that cost basis? Say if the strike was 370. What? This what fucking strike is 370? If you sell covered calls at $4, you would make the premium, right? Whatever the premium is, plus 9 cents per share. Could you explain why high Dixie is bad if it strengthens the dollar? Does this combat inflation? Is it mainly an issue with foreign trade you mentioned? It combats inflation, but yeah, I mean, it causes companies that conduct foreign trade to lose out on the exchange rate, right? So any international company in the US will have reduced revenue due to the stronger dollar. A covered put, not a covered call. A CSP? Well, a CSP would be like, say you wrote a $4 CSP and, you know, the price rose. So you write a $4 CSP and you get like 23 cents or something like that premium. If the price is below $4, you get assigned. You know, if you have 23 cents of premium, then if it falls below any, so if it falls below 377, you're losing money. But above 377, you know, you're buying the stock for cheaper than it is at market price. So, you know, if it, you know, like end of the week, the price is 388, you know, you've made 11 cents a share. If you, because you can just sell this immediately, right? Rev under 6. Ooh. Fuck. They're hammering it today, huh? Neat. Could Fubo 350 CSPs for October get assigned? Or just wait till it dropped to 350 and buy shares? Yeah, they could get assigned. There's a lot of support between its current price and 350 on Fubo. Are you surprised the SPY's reaction to 0.75? Or do you think we'll see a rise back into the 400s next week before shorts reposition? I'm not that surprised by it. I think it'll turn around and rise back up. It'll take a little while, but ultimately I think we're gonna bounce. What are they using to short rev if there's no liquidity? I think they're taking out forward contracts against illiquid stock and then using or against liquid stocks. Well, okay, so they're writing forwards on Revlon and then performing swapping it with liquid stocks in order to force the swap counterparty to be on the hook for transacting Revlon, if that makes sense. So you sell a forward against Revlon, you performance swap that with something more liquid, you short the more liquid stock, that forces the counterparty to short Revlon, putting someone else on the hook for your FTDs. Also, simultaneously using swap to generate liquidity. What's a forward? A single stock future. It's a contract with a like a stock futures contract with a physical delivery requirement. Who would ever take a swap like that? Literally any prime. And worse yet, I think they're writing, I don't think they're using liquid stocks. I think they're writing forwards against ETFs and then swapping that with the underlying. That way they have an infinite pool of liquidity to short the stock. And this is why we see, and Revlon really highlighted this for us. This is why we see Revlon's liquidity still moving in tandem with ETFs it should no longer be in. I didn't get stopped out of my SPY calls, so that's cool. Why would I give a fuck what Ortex says? Ortex is dog shit. Don't pay them money. Selling my GME shares if we go below 25. Okay, man. M's good. I might roll forward my contracts. We'll see. I'd rather sell the contracts I have on a bounce in the market though. Jimmy's XRT boofing is similar to May. When might you expect to see similar upwards move like we saw at the end of May into June? It's not similar to May. It's similar to June through August. Or fucking December through March. Or December through end of May, actually. Have you considered doing a more explicit breakdown of your trading strategy? Absolutely fucking not. Yeah, I'm sure it would be. Imagine if the performance swap were between ARK and Tesla or Apple and the SPY. It'd be a human centipede of trend continuation. Yep. There's no coincidence that, you know, Apple, which is the most heavily weighted stock across all ETFs, has the most amount of swaps on it. Thoughts on GME 27 CCs for next week? I'm not selling cover calls on GME probably this week at all. GME is volatile. I don't, you know, it's not ideal to sell covered calls on GME, especially moving into a Friday when GME's market maker is net negative gamma and this close to the flip point. It's very volatile here. If the market bumps up, you know, 100 BPS by the end of the day today, GME is going to move up hard, regardless of OPEX or obligations. It's risky. If I mean, I don't give a shit if you sell CCs. Yeah, but just know that you can be assigned. Motley Fool just issued all in for Upstart. Looks like someone needs Upstart to get some liquidity. If they want to get it off Reg Show by Friday, they're going to have to do some serious pumping. Am I bleeding out on my FUBO and Rev Leaps right now because the market's taking a dump overall? It's because IV across the market is downtrending, especially across all the basket stocks. Don't worry, their IV generally stabilizes about a week or so after the OPEX period and starts to rise back up a little. The way you just described forwards and swapping them for free liquidity to short makes it sound like they're just printing money. That sounds amazing. I wish we could do that. Yeah, we can't. I already have 3800s on the SPX, Carl. Why would you plan to sell your shares at a lower price as opposed to a higher price? Lack of faith in the company, usually. I don't have that problem. I also have a really low cost basis. So maybe I would feel differently if my cost basis was higher, I guess. What's the most likely timeline you heard for GME? Well, we know we have FTD fails. The SEC obviously hasn't given us a report on them, but we know they're there because XRT is back on fucking Reg Show. So, you know, October ETF FTD run, followed by November OPEX looks most likely. You know, the fact that we split via dividend and there were no obligations due to the ETFs lends a massive amount of credence to my theory that all of the price action on GME is propagated by volatility shorts and there's nobody like long short GME besides what's already reported, right? Not to be a big bear, but that's a big fuck you to the MOASS theory. How many Pigeon Whales paper handed their memberships this week? 0? Pigeon Whales don't give a shit about OPEX. What if performance swap was married to the volatility swap? I mean, sure, you could. That's not a, I mean, if they are using a swap to generate liquidity on Revlon, they're still creating failures on Revlon then, right? They're just creating them somewhere else. That doesn't mean there's no resolution of those failures. If anything, the fact that they're doing that, like anytime you have synthetic share creation, all of the theories that we've built and all the data we've collected over the last year and a half lead to the same conclusion. Anytime you have massive synthetic liquidity creation, you will have runs to offset that liquidity creation. It is an inevitable factor of creating synthetic liquidity. Synthetic shares don't need a fucking locate. There's a million ways around it. I have upstart calls for October, December, and January. And I'm about to buy a lot of shares of it for more than I want to spend on them. Upstart. A lot of new people here today. Hi, new people. Any truth or possibility of the theory that some sort of swaps can drive price action? Sounds like hopium to me. I know nothing about swaps. No one knows fucking anything about swaps at all because the data released on them is not transparent. So you can't use swap data to make any determinations whatsoever. All you get is the type of swap, the notional value, and the date of transaction and expiration. I tried to front run OPEX CoFis and that didn't work out as I had hoped, but I still own shares and I'm ready to offset losses by selling CCs when IV increases. I know how to make this non-salary income because of your time and education. Thanks so much, Garrick. Thanks, Pragmatic Guy. Appreciate it, man. It's almost like ETFs and the options chain were methods implemented to circumvent Reg T settlement rules and locate requirements, thereby de-risking the short side of the trade. Yeah. And what better thing in the world than to sell volatility with no risk? I mean, as a volatility seller, you're like an insurance company, right? You're selling volatility, which drives down the IV, which is, the price of risk in the market. And in return, you're taking on that risk, right? So you're taking the risk out of the trade for the long volatility player. By offsetting that risk, you're like an insurance company that's not taking on any risk, which is amazing. Even the notional value of the swap can be circumvented. Yeah. They can also be broken up and transacted multiple times. You can swap one thing with something and then swap it again with something else. So there's no way to follow the trail of swaps. They're kept non-transparent for a reason. No one wants you to know. How many OPEX in the last year was XRT not on Reg Show? There were three OPEXs in the last year. One of them, well, 52 weeks from today, right? There was November. XRT was not on Reg Show during that time period. Although in October during the FTD period, they began and first compounding large chunks of obligations on XRT. That is when the borrow, like, they first started to kind of tickle the borrow rate. But December 17th, OPEX expiration, XRT was added to Reg Show. It didn't come off again until after May OPEX. So March and May both ran with XRT on Reg Show. And that's why we saw those massive borrow rate increases, because the only available source of liquidity at that point was GME's shares available to lend, right? And then it came off briefly after May and went immediately back on in June, at which point it was on Reg Show through July and into the August ETF FTD period, where it came off again, and then it was just put back on yesterday. So today being its first day of Reg Show inclusion. Will you raise your PT for Upstart? I have several PTs for Upstart already. If it starts running, I have a continuation of price targets for it if it moves up. Imagine if the market has been sold short multiple times over, but nobody can identify that because nobody can follow the trail, and Daddy Gensler doesn't care. Sounds like '08 all over again. Yeah, I mean, it's if it were unwound, it would be cataclysmic. Did XRT go off Reg Show after obligations were due? No, today's the final day of the ETF rebalance period for S&P index tracking ETFs, which means that Reg Show inclusion last night was the last possible moment to avoid covering. There's 3 day, it's T+3 from Friday's expiration when the rebalance begins. Three business days. Today would be the last day. Opening bell today would be the last day. So yeah, they got it on there just in the nick of time. If it had been on there Friday, I wouldn't have bought any fucking positions. I cut most of my 1021 GME calls. I still have a few. Well, you can still check it out once in a while at night and stuff, diddles. It's there all day. Why is the Reg Show list mostly ETFs? Because the market's illiquid and they need to get liquidity from somewhere. We've been seeing like more and more ETFs on Reg Show since like November. As more and more liquidity has been driven out of the market, you'll see more and more ETFs going on Threshold. Is Upstart currently the most exciting play with tomorrow's potential for covering? I'm kind of excited about it. It looks fun. I mean, obviously we never know the way, forced covering is going to play out, but I have some Theta, so I'm excited about it. It looks good. The options chain is pretty stacked. There's, decent Greeks. If it starts to move, it could really take off. It's a gamble, but it's a cheap one. Trying to learn volume indications. Does it look like they're covering GME right now? No. It looks like GME is just slightly rising with the market. What's Upstart PT? Delta neutrals at 32.20 something. Gamma max is at 35.50 right now. Obviously, if it started to run, that would change rapidly, but Is there a downside I'm not seeing in selling CC25 leaps on my Fubo shares to make a 50% profit right away? Yes. Your shares are locked up for 2 years. So you've locked up 50% of your capital for 2 years. Don't get me wrong, you're getting a 50% return on that capital. But if Fubo were to go out of business in the next 2 years, you'd be fucked. Or if the share price drops to like 50 cents, you'd also be fucked. What does Theta really? So Theta falls off pretty dramatically after, with 20 days left to expiration. 30 and 20 are the break points that you really want to pay attention to. Get time to buy November 1830C for GME. You could. I don't love it, but you could. Does the aggressive shorting on Revlon make you think that they're lowering the price or an incoming forced covering event today or tomorrow? No. It's fucking down like 30 cents. This isn't like if they shorted it to $1, okay. But no. Depends on how far out of the money you are. Secret Life of Emil. If you're at the money, 30 days is probably sufficient. If you're really far out of the money, then obviously you would want more time. Also, you'd get, better Vega. Yeah, tomorrow's the forced covering day for, well, it's the first forced covering day for Upstart. I think the time to start shorting the housing market was like 6 months ago. Also, like, what profitable shorts are you going to be able to take out on it? There's not many. Calendar days for Theta drop off. Days to expiration. Titty titty bang bang. Which, is not like a T plus deal. It's just calendar days. If they stay on Reg Show tonight, yeah, that's correct. I mean, the current volume on Upstart doesn't really indicate that they're getting it off Reg Show. It's only traded 4 million shares today. And most of them short, which isn't necessarily indicative. Like, if they were trying to get it off Reg Show, we'd probably see very high volume, like in excess of the float, and very flat trading. Like, we'd see them trying to churn volume through CNS. If someone wants to check, they could look for like in the money calls being bought on Upstart, like large sums of in the money calls on like Felix. Volume, not OI. If I could have loaned a friend 20K in exchange for a house, maybe A house I could have sold immediately if he didn't pay me back. I loaned him 250K, not 20K. But anyway. Do you see similarities of their current price trajectory and Feb 3rd through March 14th? Feb 3rd through March 14th was ETF FTDs. Specifically Feb 3rd through Feb 16th. So no, not yet. Later, but that's coming up. Opinion on Under Armour? I don't really have one. I don't know that much about the company. They were doing okay for a while. I don't really know their financials very well. I know I looked into them at one point last year, I think. They looked okay, but it looked like increasing inflation was gonna hurt their bottom line going into this year and next. If I remember my assessment at the time. I haven't even looked at the price. Can you give us a new people here, a little breakdown on the GME XRT being on threshold list and what that means for your thesis on the OPEX run? Thanks, bro. I think they use XRT thresholding as a way to push forward obligations. If they'd thresholded XRT on Friday, I would have sold out of all of my GME call position on Monday. But it didn't hit until last night, right? Which is unusual. That's only happened one other time in the past. Generally, XRT is pushed onto Reg Show on the futures expiration date, which is, last Friday. Is Ivy really low on GME? I mean, you're going delta neutral, so I guess you don't care about volatility in the underlying. I don't know. Just fucking filter the market by IV and look for something with a liquid options chain, right? There's got to be like some fucking D-SPAC or something that you can do that on if you're just trying to harvest Theta or sell vol, right? Where would you put 1K to build a position? Well, I'd find something that I liked that was cheap, and I would start selling covered calls on it. Or CSPs. CSPs. Not all stock prices are astronomical, right? If I could, I'd find something with a bit of put skew that was already in its bottom range. I mean, I guess if you want to get more technical, that way I would have, price advantaged or premium advantaged CSPs. Yeah, something did happen. Yeah, they fucking put XRT on Reg Show on June 17th. Walking. That's exactly what happened. It's the same fucking shit all over again. I mean, which is good in terms of future OPEC cycles, but really fucking shitty right now. I can't thank you enough for all that you taught me. I'm not making huge gains yet, but I'm managing my positions better and exiting with small gains, not huge losses. Thanks for teaching me to fish. You got it, Bones. Congratulations, man. Dr. MJ Burry literally had to close positions at a loss to post collateral on his housing shorts. Why do people here think they can smack my head? People, please don't lose your money. I mean, he had a very, very big short position. It's just hard to get leverage on the housing market. Like advantageous leverage on it. It's difficult. That's why I'm not really interested in shorting it. I don't think it's a bad short, but like I can't do like CDSs on it or something, right? So it's fucking what's the point? It's like the same reason I don't play garbage penny stocks, because that much leverage is disadvantageous to me positionally. Do you have any upstart weeklies? Fuck no. Did you sell off your Sava? It's running again? Yeah, because I had weeklies. I know it's running again. T+2, right? It'll probably, if it runs a lot today, it'll probably have another run on T+2 as well. And nothing's happened since. I mean, I would argue that we had somewhat of an August OPEX run. I think they just blew it off in advance, and I don't think the obligations were very stacked. So I think we saw, them blow it off early because BBBY was running and presenting risk. And then I also think that the obligations were kind of minimal. So it wasn't like super epic or anything. It didn't generate any T+2 action. What are some key strong support levels for the SPY? 375. Yeah, 375, 370. Hold on, let me read the rest of your question. Give me a second. $375 is pretty strong, but there is some chance of a drawdown to 370. It's slim, but it's still there. Also, is it worth looking at taking a look at the 4-day SMA on the SPY? We pretty much bounced every time from the COVID crash. Sure. 4-day? It's a kind of an arbitrary. I guess it's just choosing the SMA that fits. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, why not just use like the 200 MA? Hmm. Hmm. 200 SMA on the 4-day chart. What an arbitrary arrangement of indicators. I just don't understand that. Why would you want that? Like the 200 SMA is fine, but why specifically the 4-day chart? That just, I don't know. I don't like it when people try to use like indicators and then try to fit the indicator to their thesis. That doesn't seem like a very good use of the indicator, right? It seems like you're like intentionally biasing the indicator to what you want to believe. You think Rev $7 CCs are safe for next week? Probably. Let's say you sell an October 21 covered call contract. Do you get paid every week or the one-time payment? One time. I want to start selling CCs. Yeah, you get paid every time you sell one. The big question for me is, where's the short position that was causing volatility up to June 2021? If we find what forward or OW instrument holds that, we know the date for VEPs. I think they just covered it, man. I think they covered it in January and then rolled off obligations and shorted the fuck out of volatility on the backside of the January move. And they've been shorting the volatility ever since. I think they were already shorting the volatility before January, and Melvin fucked it up for them. Melvin and massive retail interest. Will there be an M October 21 exit opportunity? I mean, if there isn't, I'm just gonna roll them forward. Just trying to get my best bear case to keep expectations in check. I agree, except this time we've been shorted, right? Like the shorting from early August until OPEX, that's the exact kind of shorting that we wanted to happen after May, right? And we never got it after May. I think that's when they walked away. I think they're back in full force. They're back doing what they've been doing for fucking 5 years. Proud owner of 50 out of the money upstart 1 DTEs. Jesus, that's more confidence than I have in the play, and I did the analysis. We should have played Sava instead. I did. I made some money on Sava. I made money on the SPY yesterday, too. There's always something to make money on. Unfortunately, most of those things aren't GME. Rumors Microsoft is the buyer. Interesting. And might be worth buying the rumor or scalping the price action if you can find a consolidation point. If they bounce and are back, we should be able to have an idea of their positioning and anticipate their pain level. Yeah. Given time, we need time. I mean, they're just back, right? If they bounced and they're back, they just came back in early August. So we're not going to see compounding until late October. Maybe that early October ETF FTD window, but I think that would still be moderately weak. I mean, it may lead to some price action, but not a hell of a lot. If they bounced and they're back and that killed our OPEX moves, for me that confirms that there's no underlying short position hidden in total return swaps, because that would mean that total return swaps are not the driver of price action on GME. And by the process of elimination, that would simply mean that GME is an active volatility short like all the other fucking stocks in the basket. And it's not special in any way outside of retail's ownership of it and massive DRS positions. Which means I've been right since December, but it's like a shitty kind of right. It doesn't come with any glory or happiness. Could there be an underlining swap that's far-ish dated? Sure. But why would that have an effect on the, like, pricing? Quit being rude and ignoring my questions. Why won't you answer my questions? What did I ever do to you? I don't know what you asked. So run at what date in October? I have 821 CCs, 36 and 40. I don't think we'd run that fucking hard. I'll update the ETF FTDs for the August period. Like this, I'll put it out this weekend. I'll post it. No, I haven't started selling GME CCs yet because of the hedge and the chance for the market to bounce. It's not because I don't want to sell CCs on it. I will. But I think not only is there a better opportunity to do it, I think there's a less risky opportunity to do it into the end of this week. No, I didn't sell the Octobers. Not all of them. I sold most of them yesterday, but I still have a few. If the swap is farish dated and it correlates to runs, the run would be when the swap comes due or is amended. You can look back and see this on a few previous runs, except we never ran on swap cycles until March of this year. Like swaps would be amended or come due on quarterly CME expiration dates, right? And we didn't run on future expirations. We ran way after future expirations. We ran on F-Man, and future expirations are on MJSD. It wasn't until March when, you know, the cycle got kicked that we ran on an actual fucking futures expiration. Even June of last year, which was like our most sustained run, our run was over before futures expired. Ooh. What the fuck is that? $323 calls. Jesus. That's insane. So I mean, that looks like they hedged entropy at like the beginning of the run then. Or at the top of it? Is that negative 858,000 or negative 858? Oh, okay. I see. Never mind. Fuck. Sorry, I didn't mean to miss the Ko-Fi. 1 second. Looking at something else. Also, I love you. Thanks for teaching us. We're making way more money than just holding like SS recommends. As for my question, when do you anticipate us running in October? I have 10, 21, 36, and 40 CCs. Wait, I read that already. Was there another one? Oh. Yeah, it'll be the ETF FTD period will be early October. I'll update it over the weekend. I think I said that. If a major market crash, black swan event, does GME drop below 15? Probably, yeah. It could drop even further than that. Why do you think OBV is not an indicator of fucking anything? Neither is PVT. Both of those are just volume weighted averages, and the whole OBV is flat thing is horseshit. We've just traded in the same range. That's why most of our volume has been within the one standard deviation of our VWAP, which is like our long term volume weighted average price. So that's why OBV has been flat. GME went up from fucking $2 and stayed up. I mean, remember, even at these prices, GME is trading above $100. That's why OBV hasn't dropped, right? Especially when you compare it back to 2021 pre-split. That whole DD is a pile of horse shit written by somebody who doesn't know fuck all about volume profiling. Just another super stonk idiot that learned 5 things and thinks they're an expert. That's rude. No, it's not. It's accurate, Rose. Truth isn't rude. It's just a fact. Calling him an idiot might have been rude. But I assume they are, since they didn't check their work or ensure that their facts were correct, yet built an entire thesis around an incorrect presumption based on a volume indicator. Have you heard about ABCT 3 times now? I'm really glad that it's hyped up on Twitter. Scalp the price action if you're so daring. Careful though, don't get too far out of the money, because if there's a buyout and it's below your strike, you'll get burned. I don't see why I need to be nice. I don't know them. They're not a friend of mine. Common decency is a waste of time. I see somebody providing misinformation to a large community of investors. That's disingenuous. They're like what? A fraud? Would fraud be better than idiot? I assume idiocy. I assume ignorance because it's innocent, not ignorance, not malice, right? If I assume malice, that seems far worse. So I'm not saying he's maliciously deceiving people, just deceiving people. I feel that about anybody who writes DD that isn't based on vetted facts. But biasing towards reality is elitist. Okay. I'm not here to win any fucking popularity contests. I was hyped about OBV last Thanksgiving, so thank you for answering that question. Yeah, no problem. If OBV tells us anything definitively, it's that there was not enough offset balance in OBV technically to cover all the shorts, but that ignores the possibility of shorts averaging down and clearing out over time, which is more than likely what they did and have done. Because that's what you do when you're underwater. It took a long time for Melvin to fully close, but he's walked away now. Do you think Jimmy being number 7 on the Fintel Gamma Squeeze list actually means anything? Yeah, it means that if Jimmy's hedge flips, we're going to do a big run. Is Jimmy's hedge going to flip? Probably not. But if the market rallies, there's a chance. What did the buyout thing you just mentioned apply? To Rev as well, if the buyout is below 35. Sure, yeah. I mean, it still has to move up, right? But, you know, if you're buying a stock that's ramped up to 23 and the buyout's at 25 and you have $30 calls, right? Your calls are only going to capture a $2 move. If they announce a buyout on Rev below 35, say they announce a buyout at 20, right? Rev's still going to move up $15. The stock doesn't just like it still has to move there, and it has to cover that ground. It doesn't just open at the next price. I mean, it does, but there's a lot of volatility and repricing involved in that. The hilarious part is Dillinger's Country Club has some pretty solid research, but the folks doing the digging don't post it because the research is speculative and can't be proven. Yeah, that's the way it should be. I mean, deep drops on GME tend to be really good for us because it encourages large amounts of far dated call buying, right? So what is Upstart on Reg Show right now? And when does it need to be covered? Tomorrow is when T plus 13 begins. Like the T plus 13 Rule 204 covering begins tomorrow. There's speculation that AVST is getting bought out. Rev is worth $5. Yeah, and GME's worth 25. What's your point? I mean, it's not. Rev's worth 6 right now. 603. And GME's worth 25. Fubo under 4. Okay, cool. The MM won't price the calls at 0. They'll go up in value. A lot. You forget that the 35s have delta. They're not just all IV. 35s are 0.3 delta. And IV will skyrocket on a buyout notification, like notice. Have you ever been in a stock that's been bought out? If it's bought out significantly above the current trading price, IV rockets, as does delta on far dated contracts. Those contracts have 0.3 delta. It takes a while for that to settle down. Rev won't sell at $5. They just finalize their bankruptcy and renegotiate their debt. The buyout offer would have to be far higher. The guy who owns all the shares has a cost basis of like $20. So the chances of it getting bought out at 5 are slim to none. They're filing Chapter 11 bankruptcy, not Chapter 8 or Chapter 13. Chilly today? A little bit. It was raining, so. No problem, Saman. How do you see RP cost basis? It's pretty publicized when he bought into the company. Why aren't you more bullish on Upstart then? I'm already very bullish on Upstart. I have 50 CSPs out. I have over 175 calls. How bullish do you want me to be? Like, what's a sufficient amount of bullishness for you, Matthias? Tell me, so I can correct my own bullishness. Fucking Christ. Kiss my ass. How about that? No, I'm not going to buy AVCT. I don't give a shit about it. I know nothing about it, and it's already up 27%. Here's the deal. You're too late. You fucked it up. You didn't know soon enough. You've missed the opportunity. Mentally move on. Stop buying into shit once it's already up 20%. That's why you motherfuckers don't make any money. I'm grumpy every day. If you think I'm grumpy on red days, wait till you see me on a green one. Today's been a very day after NoPEX stream. A lot of shills here. Yeah, well, you know, every NoPEX, ironically, even though Supersonic hates me and they don't listen to anything I say, supposedly, but still read the daily DD every day. Um, they like 0.5% of those people are like, fuck this, MOASS isn't happening, and then they come here, right? It's an interesting study in psychology. And so the day after NoPEX, we just get a flood of newcomers. Most of them will decide they were right and they should have hated me all along. But some will stay. Cat calls for October 21st. Enough time, you think? Or go with November? At the money? I don't mind cat calls at the money for October 21st. But out of the money, I would buy more time. I already talked about Cat today. Cat had a great setup this morning for a market bounce. The market's bouncing. I bought calls on that too, which I also talked about today. I don't think you're grumpy. I think you're saying hard truths people don't want to swallow. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes I'm just grumpy. Kirk's always grumpy after OPEX. It's part of the cycle now. Thanks, Dan's in your mouth. See you later, good Godfrey. It was nice having you around, man. You're more grumpy when people are down due to not managing their risk and looking for crazy plays to try to get a dose of hopium to make up their loss. Yeah, that does get irritating. Do you think AMD goes into the 50s again? And if it does, I'll buy a bunch more of it. I'm waiting for Cat to bounce off the EMA 8 on the 1 hour to consider entering. It's a bit illiquid for such a fast EMA, Stefan. Unless you're playing weeklies. You're taking a risk with like intraday volatility there. A little bit of a hangover. I wasn't that drunk yesterday. I had some tequila. It wasn't good. Grumpy Gurk, best Gurk. Forget the haters. Thanks, Purple Hulk. What do you think of Upstart 50C Jan 23? I have some? Do I have 50s? Hold on. I have to look at my position. I do. Yeah. I have December 40s, Jan 23 50s, October 35s. Is Upstart a decent price right now? Cheaper than it's ever been. No, high me would just be mushy. You said you had 4 seconds tequilas. How much is that? More than one. If you ask me about AVCT again, you will send me over the edge, speed or comfort. Here. Just do this, all right? If you saw it on Twitter and it looks really bullish and everyone seems like they're in on it but you, don't fucking ask me about it. Okay? It's a piece of shit. The play is done. You've already missed the boat. I sent you a fresh one. Ooh. This one was so much faster. Interesting. I mean, isn't that just like... Huh. I wonder how much of that is just retail call buying into the run. I mean, it's obviously not all retail call buying, right? But I saw people talking about Rev on Twitter. Yeah, but if you're already in it and then more people are talking about it, that's a good thing. If it's blowing up and up 30% on the day and you've just noticed it, you've missed it. I want to say thank you. Thank you for taking your time to really try and help novices learn. Taking on the constant bullshit. I respect and appreciate what you've done and still do. Thanks, man. Can anyone elaborate Upstart play? On Reg Show, big gamma ramp. Course covering starts tomorrow if it stays on Reg Show tonight. Is this stream a shtick? Were you entertained by yelling at people? Sure. Whatever makes you happy. Options to you. Smart to start building an Upstart position out in November? Or would you average down October be better, or both? I mean, more Theta is better, depending on how forced covering plays out on the next few days. I mean, October is still okay. It's just quickly running out of time, right? So if it's going to run up, and especially if it's going to keep running up, it may be better to have a little more Theta. I mean, I have Theta out to like January. I'm considering averaging down my position for October. How far do you hope it goes? I don't know. I didn't really pay a lot for my calls. I sold CSPs and bot calls, right? So like a long combo. Above 2750 and I'd be pretty happy. But it's potentially up to like 32, 35. For those of us that missed it, could you explain what's up with ups? Goddamn, fuck you, Bob. All right. I'm sorry, shares of being cautious? Sure. Yeah, you could do that. I don't even think CCs are that bad on it, right? Yeah, not terrible. Decent IV. About the same as GME though. Shares are a little cheaper. See something here. Let's see. Upstart. 3% yield on weeklies. 3% yield for options expiring tomorrow. 6.5 and 9%. Like 30 DTE is about 12.5%. So it's not terrible for like a buy rate. Actually, it's insane for a buy rate. Watch people buy UPS instead of Upstart. Watch those same people do better. How do you keep track of your cost basis from CSV CCs? It's a slightly automated manual process. I just input I have a spreadsheet and I just input the premium values. Sensei Master Pickler, you are the cover to my fleshlight, the chain to my love swing, and the blue chew when I feel soft. Keep sharing the knowledge. Fucking Kendra. And yell at me. No problem, man. I'll do my best. For tomorrow's expiry, 27p for tomorrow's expiry. Came in at Upstart in the last hour. Existing OI in the strike was 247 going into today. Is this going to force shorting by MMs? And with such a short expiry, does that mean anything given potential force covering beginning tomorrow? It could mean that those get blown up. If Upstart closes above 2750 this week, I will have 200 free calls on it, which would be fucking awesome. But yeah, I'm still quite bullish on it. I think it's got some potential, and I think if it starts moving, it's going to move really fast. I don't think the small amount of like in the money puts, and those may be sold, are gonna drive the price down too much. It may be an attempt to keep the price from breaking out more than anything, right? Yeah, I have an Android phone. In any other chat, Kendra would be banned. Probably. Will GMECCs be risky at all during the next month or two? Yeah, they could be. You have to be careful of a market rally. Are you out of your AMD calls? Nope. Can you explain how a stock can stay on threshold for longer than 13 days? Famously, Overstock was on the threshold list for 600 days. It's very simple. You have a naked short position and you hold it open. It keeps generating FTDs, keeping you on reg show. You don't close it, you just let it keep failing. I decided to sleep in today. Can you give a 2-word recap of this morning? Market dropped it open, stabilizing at 37.50. May rebound. We'll see. Did you find any curveballs on Upstart? Seems like a layup of a play. Is a reg show plus lots of shorts, lots of FTDs. Deadline tomorrow equals boom. This seems too basic. It's a bit basic, yeah. Don't forget that, FTDs can be cleared through CNS. High volume generation helps them offset those obligations. Those obligations can also be marked long. There's a lot of ways they can dodge exposure. But over a sufficient time period, it cannot be dodged. So if you have enough time, eventually it hits. Sometimes it hits right away, sometimes it hits later. It really depends on the entity short, right? And the tools available to them. Jimmy's been on Reg Show, yeah. It's part of what triggered January's run, right? Compounding FTDs. Seems like 3080 calls with lots of theta could be profitable. I just bought them for October, like 3800s. I have 38 and 3900s. The 3900s, unfortunately, are expiring next Friday, but that's because they were part of yesterday's straddle. I may roll those out if I can confirm some upside here. What's happening to my boy Rev? It's at $6. It's okay. It's been at $6 before and survived. How do you see what the fail ratio is for volume? Well, you take the FTD report. You look at the volume from T+2, and then you look at the rate of failures on the printed date, and that's your fail to volume ratio. No, you don't make the numbers do a magic. God damn it, Carl. Ooh. Numbers seem like black magic. Uh, Thursday, same like Saturday if quit job. Yes. Should I smoke or grill something for dinner Friday? I think you need to lay off the smoking and grilling, Carl. You're gonna get cancer. Long term. I mean, you're gonna get it anyway, but you're gonna get it faster. Okay, fine. So what am I smoking, grilling? Salmon. There's no link between vaping and cancer. There's a link between vaping and heart disease because of nicotine, but it's pretty low in carcinogens. Not yet. I think they've had enough time. Heavy metal poisoning is an issue. I mean, if you don't use like stainless steel, yeah, but you can that's a controllable aspect of it. I don't use like disposable shitty vapes. There's no I mean the causal link between vaping and popcorn lung was discovered a long time ago. And they stopped allowing the use of that chemical in vape liquids. The chemicals in vape are fairly inert. It's vegetable glycerin and propylene glycol and nicotine. Nicotine is bad for you, but it's not as bad for you as cigarettes. They're not the same. Vitamin E was that was from marijuana vaping, like people vaping oil, and that's a whole nother story, right? That's like black market cartridges, and then teenagers telling their parents they totally weren't smoking weed. Nicotine by itself isn't as addictive as it is in cigarettes. Cigarettes have a lot of other chemicals. A lot of chemicals used in the curing process for tobacco are addictive. I use nicotine patches for focus when I trade. I can't use those. They make me really, really sick. Hey, Gurk, sorry to keep you waiting for this. Update to my Upstart 2-share YOLO. I'm financially ruined and will never recover from this. How could you? What? You bought 2 shares at what, $24? They were up yesterday too, weren't they? So you didn't sell them. You missed complete financial security. Gave it up in the hopes of chasing something better. And now you're down $6. How are you going to tell your wife? No, I don't smoke weed at all. Which for some reason comes as a shock to a lot of people. Just discriminating against my accent, I assume, or the fact that I wear a hat. Is it the beard? Or the lack of haircuts? Which one of the things makes you think I'm a stoner? You have a cookies hat. I used to work in the marijuana industry. I still didn't smoke marijuana. It's gross and it makes you dumb. Imagine having a bit more than reasonably much money in Rev and realizing that it does not drop as much. No, I'm doesn't. It's all the green logos on your. It's a pickle themed financial channel, Fuzzy Bear. Pickles are green. I use the 80 minute right now because I like it more than Hank and Ashi for seeing meaningful changes in momentum. I use the 1 hour because you said that's the earliest interval to trust trend change. Okay, fair enough. I think you just need to consider the stock you're using it on a little more. Like nothing with technical analysis is applicable across the board. Which is one of the reasons it's not the most useful way to do a complete analysis, right? Because you have to bias it. Like, Caterpillar is very capable of making sudden bursts of movement because it's super fucking illiquid, right? And so relying on just one EMA for potential bounces seems, especially such a fast one, seems a little risky. It seems like a great way to miss a lot of opportunities. Is Sava still interesting? Sure, T+2, depending on how hard it wraps today up. It's because you look like Silent Bob. Oh. Huh. True story, a friend in college ran out of weed, so he smoked his toenail clippings. We got stoned out of our minds. What? That's disgusting. I I almost believe it though. Kendra's cool as fuck. Silent Bob stream card. I don't make the stream cards, and the people who make the stream cards haven't been making a lot of stream cards. They've been unmotivated. I'd offer them more calves, but I don't know if they're interested. Do you think UWMC will keep paying dividends? Probably. I don't think their revenues have dropped that much. I mean, they're gonna run into some problems over the next like year, later into next year, mid next year. Um, originations dropping off pretty hard, and with the rate hikes that the Fed's planning, it's only gonna get worse. Not enough stream cards? Win poo? God damn it, JFresh. You know I'm not gonna do it. Upstart bounce off EMA 60? We'll see. I mean, it's just tracking the market, right? Also, that's the 120 here. Yeah, I would say Dork looks more like J than JFresh does. Play the pickle song. I think we're gonna run. I mean, I know that, but I don't want to. What's more important is my SPY 3800 calls printing. SPX. I think JFresh probably acts more like J though. Maybe. I'll be right back. 1 second, guys. Nope, I didn't sell my calls off yet. Why are people paying attention to King Charles? Is he king yet? Have they already had the ceremony? Man, he didn't waste any time with that. Queen's body's not even fucking cold yet. Well, okay, hold on. If he hasn't been... If he hasn't been coronated, hear me out. How am I supposed to know that he has the divine right to rule? I can't trust his absolute power without that. The Church of England needs to step forward and give an official proclamation. Otherwise, he's not my fucking king. I didn't vote for him. Here's a better question. What archaic British law can Charles use to seize power from the Parliament? Because if I were him, that's what I would do. Can he just dissolve it? Shut up, Josh. How are they out? They're not out. They're back in. They were out from June until early August. Petition of right. Carrots or cheesy poofs? Cauliflower keto puffs. White cheddar cauliflower keto puffs. They're all, you know what? The first three are really bad, but afterwards they're decent. Stefan, how happy would you be if I just had a 30-minute discussion about EMA ribbon compression? I just want to know if this is a decent entry for shares. I mean, it's the cheapest it's ever been. It could potentially be cheaper. Who the fuck is a non-man? He was someone on the Discord. Oh, okay. I didn't ban anyone named a non-man. He was an annoying troll. Okay, fuck him. I'm about to ban you from the YouTube chat, Josh. Did you still see a rally in the market, or is that dead? I would love a better opportunity to get out of some calls. No, the market looks okay. It's still stable. A higher low here would be very good. Josh can be sacrificed to appease the stock gods. You guys are like, every time I talk about banning someone, you turn into like an angry mob. You're like, yeah, burn him. Relax. Okay? You don't have to kill everything with fire that angers you momentarily. Is an Apple recovery here better sign of a market rally than the SPY? And it's a better sign of a QQQ rally than the SPY. He shows up in multiple servers when we're down to spread FUD. Oh, cool. Why would I ban someone like that? Did you close your SPX puts yesterday? Yeah. I have no short exposure to the SPX right now, which is unsettling. I mean, I have VIX calls, so I have some, but only if it drops fast, right? Some would even say I'm full bull, which I don't like. You're holding any upstart leaps? I have Jan 2023 calls, December and October, and varying degrees of moneyness. It's definitely just Gaff. No, Gaff prefers to be credited with his bearishness. He proved he was holding long-term 200K worth of GMA. That's not that much. But is realistic about his investment and the potential for a lot of red days when everyone is bullish. Guess what? He's right. No shit. Wow, what a prediction. Fucking Nostradamus. She understands macroeconomics. Sweet. Ban all the pores. You know, Girk's Bull Mayo guy. Some days. Huh. I didn't know that, dork. On a scale of 1 to 10, how tarded would full port into Tesla be right now? Like a 5 or a 6. Oh, shut up, pores. What are your EMA values on the screen? 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. No ban for Josh, but I get timed out. Seems fair. Who got timed out? That's probably just Carl. You want me to time Carl out? Why do strikes increase so much on the 1021 strikes for Upstart? What do you mean? I have no idea. What do you mean they increase so much? Can you explain how forced settlement doesn't always mean ups? According to the SEC, most failures to deliver are long, right? So, assuming that you're going to have a net short FTD position that's going to drive buying volume is a bit presumptuous. Intel up rockets. Okay. I'm down 130,000 on MMAT and I don't have enough money left to buy rope. That's rough. How did you end up buying $130,000 of meta materials? Twitch blocked the channel of a Russian guy broadcasting his stove 24/7, gas stove 24/7 to Europeans. Okay. I mean, that's super fucked up, but that's also really funny. Like that's some serious troll energy. You don't think of the Russians as being very funny people, but that one's good. How's that work? What does it even mean to fail to deliver a long sale? sold but didn't bother to deliver despite having the shares? Yeah. Synthetic liquidity generation in order to satisfy like market orders or to hedge the options chain. Yeah, not all fails are long. That's why ETF FTDs are so important for GME price action, because ETF FTDs are all short, right? So they drive buying pressure, but FTDs, it's a mixed bag. So they generally just drive volatility. Hold on. We don't need to talk about upstart and squeeze in the same fucking sentence, okay? Ed, are you listening to me? I don't think it's going to 100. I don't think it's squeezing. I think it will go up in value from where it currently is in the next 3 months. We're not going to use the word squeeze in here. That's fake. Squart's acceptable. Have you heard from that dude that went full port Viri? He lost everything, right? Are you long upstart fundamentally? No, but I may end up in that position shortly. Yeah, still bullish on Rev. It's cheap right now. You know what? I'm gonna start an ETF that buys. So the fund value. This is my idea. Okay, so in the morning, people can buy shares of it. Every morning, it's $10, right? And whatever stock is being promoted on Twitter that day that everyone wants to chase, it buys into. Now, the ending value of the ETF at the end of the day will either be more than $10 or zero. It's genius. And then I'll just charge like 20% management fees, right? Sure, you can short it, but at market open, shares are $10. So you're going to get fucked. It just full port YOLOs into the highest trending stock on Twitter with all the money put into it that morning. Kirk Sam like Kathy Wood. I'd full port that every day. What's up, DV? Get the ticker YOLO. Ideally. Can you tell me your outlook for SPY over the next couple weeks? Up, repositioning, SLD in October. You know how it goes. Up until CPI prints an even faster rate of inflation next month. They can't short it. The value resets to 10 every morning. If you short it, your shorts get blown up first thing every morning. It pays out daily dividends. How much would it take for you to work for CNBC? I don't know. What do they pay Kramer? More than that. But only if I get my own PA and a makeup person. You're asking me if like CNBC offered me a $15 million a year contract if I would work for them? Yes. Yes, I would. Anyway, aren't they training Matt Kors for that? Shill. Any one of you would take the job. I don't make 15 million a year. Jesus. I wish. We would just follow you over there and call in with the same questions. When is OPEX? Why no OPEX? Still bullish on Revlon. I 23x'd my trading portfolio. That doesn't count my like long-term holdings. Most of my money is GME. I have not 23x'd my GME position. I made like $1 million in March and then money from covered calls, but it's not 15 million a year yet. Still quite a ways off from that. Plus taxes. Where do you draw the line? What could we not get you to do for 15 million a year? Assuming it was a legal activity. Yeah, I don't care. Whatever, make it up. I've never had a Dorchester shrimp, J-Dog. Tell me more. Huh. I don't know anybody who's worked for CSX. I'd move to the Midwest for 15 million a year. No, I wouldn't do that. That's too far. I'm not a centaur. 1 second. Hear me out. It's your financial crimes show, modeled like the first 48. Your co-investigators are Adobit and the Bat. You have to work as a team. 15 million a year, 5-season contract. Would you do it? You wouldn't even have to pay me for an opportunity to get into a room with the Bat. Okay? The entertainment would pay for itself. Of course I work well with others. It's reheated pizza, so it's a little hard to fold it. Would you pay to arm wrestle J-Pow on live TV? Half my portfolio. Favorite pizza spot in New York City? In descending order. La Industry, Scars, and Prince Street. Upstart IV's pretty high still. How many days on Reg Show now? 12. If I have the energy, I'll Photoshop you and J-Pow into the cover art for the movie Over the Top. Oh my god. Yes. XRT on Reg Show, a big deal? It's a big fucking fuck you in the ass to all of us. So yeah. Where do you see XRT on Reg Show? In the place where they post XRT on Reg Show? I can't see it. Try harder. You're doing something wrong. Have you considered changing the date to the 21st? I mean, there's enough time for IV to move up a little bit. SHA has not returned. I'm going to assume that he found it. I'm going to walk you through this, man. Me and you. Hang out. Together. Okay? Watch this shit. It's crazy, but I promise at the end of this, you too will be able to look up stocks on Reg Show. Here we go. This is Google. Google.com. It's a search engine. You type NYSE threshold and you click it, right? Boom, ready? 9/21. There's the date. And then XRT starts with an X. So it's probably towards the end of the list. So we'll start at page 3 and work our way back. Oh shit, there it is. We found it. We did it, guys. If you missed it, rewind it and watch it again. Don't worry. If you have any questions, I'll be here all week. How often are ETFs placed on Reg Show? Is that out of the ordinary? Yes. ETFs have infinite liquidity. They don't have a capped float size. They should never fail. How do you find XRT on the NASDAQ threshold list? Well, it's not on NASDAQ, Subway Cup. An ETF failure would have to be caused by there being insufficient numbers of the underlying securities in order to facilitate the creation of a basket of ETF shares. So, you know, if you have an ETF and it tracks GME, AMC, BBBY, let's say it's a really fun one, and you need to create a share of that ETF in order to close out obligations, you need to go buy a bunch of all of this, right? But what if you can't get this or this? Well, then you're going to fail to deliver shares to that ETF, right? Now, don't get me wrong, no one's failing because they can't. They're failing because they don't want to. It's much better to fail than to cover. Covering sucks. Failure, it is ideal for market makers and authorized participants who can take advantage of Reg T deferrals in settlement time to fail all of their positions if possible. I'll describe to you a small part of the system used on XRT. You're going to love this. And maybe you guys will understand how it is advantageous or not, right? So, how big is this? Okay, that's acceptable. So an AP goes to the ETF, right, and creates shares. They then sell these shares of the underlying stock, right, which drops the price. Then they buy puts on the ETF. To mark long the created shares so they have more time to settle them. Which drops the price of the ETF and drops the price of the underlying because the ETF sells off shares. So now they've doubled down their short on the stock by shorting the ETF that the stock is contained in. Then, all this time later, they can buy back, they can cash settle with the ETF for the current value of the stock, which has now been shorted twice. So the stock price is way down. They can cash settle those, and then the ETF has to go and buy those shares back. It's the best, right? And when the ETF can't buy those shares back, the ETF writes a forward contract for those shares. So why is this allowed? To create market liquidity? Yes. To ensure the reduction of volatility and the constant flow of liquidity into our financial markets. That's why the XRT and stuff like that persists, even though the SEC is well aware of what is going on there. They don't stop it because then they would be working against efficiency in the market. What date would fails for ETFs that would be due tomorrow? Is it like 8/10 or 8/12? No. T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3 days later. For a 6-day period. And they would be from July OPEX. Wouldn't it be more efficient to have 0 FTDs ever via blockchain stocks? No, because then you create an illiquid market that no one wants to fucking participate in because it's volatile. I think a lot of people just think that there's like these big piles of stock everywhere that no one owns. Like there's no claim on them. All stocks are owned all the time. Stop thinking like that. It's wrong. All of the stocks, like all of GME, is owned. 100% of the company, regardless of DRS and all the other bullshit. 100% of it is owned. All of Apple is owned by someone. Someone owns it all. Not one person, several different entities. And because of that, if you have a serialized market or a blockchain market, you would have no liquidity in that market, which means you would not be able to transact equitably. You have to have liquid markets. This is what the SEC is designed to ensure. So anytime a security is bought or sold, there is a buy. Thanks, Jay. I appreciate it, man. Ding ding. The day is done. Daily recap. Yeah, market. I mean, the market fell down to like, what did we hit? 37.5, which is kind of the low I was expecting. Double tapped it. It looks like we're on our way to it into close, but a lot of this is, that sell off into close because people are afraid to carry it overnight. I think we found a little stability here. I sold out of my 3800s on the test of 3789. I got stopped out up here in this upper range. I'll probably buy back into those maybe after like a little drop in futures aftermarket. GME pretty stagnant, falling down just below gamma neutral or delta neutral, sorry. Obviously, we're going to continue to react to the indices as far as that goes. Pretty low price, but I think also some stabilization there. Hopefully we start to see GN climb up a little bit more with the end of the drop here at the end of the day. What else? Upstart. I mean, everything just looks like shit because the market dropped into close, right? Like, so that brief pull up what we had is kind of over. For your electric bill, you need this more than I do. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right, guys. Well, that was a fun one. Sorry about the interruption. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night.